At Joe Ravi Stadium, where the rain has not fallen since before the game and the field has dried out just a little bit. Patriots lead the Dolphins 14-10. Jim Lampley and Todd Christensen here with you, and we've got a pretty even football game, Todd.
Yeah, I would say so. I think at the end of the half, though, there was something that Bill Parcells did not like. You know, they had the momentum of coming down in the 2-minute drill, scoring. It's 14-7, but giving up the field goal, I think, might have given the momentum back to Miami because they're going to receive in the second half.
A quick look at the Coors Light halftime stats, and you'll see that both quarterbacks, Bledsoe and Marino, were able to get off in the first half.
Yeah, nearly 200 yards by both teams. That would seem to indicate more scoring, but the defense have done an adequate job, and you're right. Quarterback comparison is going to be a situation to where is something interesting.
And here's a look at the quarterback comparison. You can see that Bledsoe was 13 of 18, Marino 10 of 18. Marino with more yardage, much of it on the 64-yard touchdown shot to Ingram. Both with one touchdown. Both were victimized by interceptions near the goal line.
Well, we've been talking a little bit about the injury on the right. This is pre-injury. Take a look at how he backs up there on the AstroTurf. Bounces on the right foot and seems to be pretty capable. Right there you can see no problems. Leans forward. Now let's take a look at him after the injury. Here to the left, the touchdown throw. Now a lot of us realize that this is the mud, but I don't see that much difference anymore. I don't see the gimpiness. And of course there's always that magic arm.
Here he is live. There he is live.
There are the numbers again. 167 yards in the first half, 10 for 18. Again, I think it's safe to say that there may be some pain, but it certainly isn't something that's in his head at this point.
And to start the second half, O'Neal picks it off for the Patriots. It'll be O.J. McDuffie, no make it Irving Spots near the goal line. Free agent rookie out of Northeast Louisiana. Gets it back across the 20 to the 23. He averaged 44 yards per kick return in preseason. Darrell Wren downfield to make the stop for the Patriots. And Marino with one last visit to Don Shula before coming onto the field to lead his troops in a 14-10 football game.
Yeah, I can't really emphasize enough, though, Jim, at the end of the first half. New England really had it all going for them. And so you're saying to yourself, you kick off with 26 seconds left. No big deal here. You know, we'll hold them. We'll get out of here. Instead, Marino hits 2 guards, gets him down in field goal position. And not that the momentum is completely back with Miami, but certainly they have to be feeling a lot better going in 14-10 than down 14-7.
Ball is just outside the 23 near the 24-yard line as Marino and the Dolphins get started. Terry Kirby gets the call on first down. And Kirby, who struggled to gain rushing yardage in the first half, is knocked down by Vincent Brown and Mike Pitts after a pickup of just a couple to the 20-yard line. Twelve rushes, 42 yards for Kirby. Better than his preseason average, which was under 3 yards per carry.
Yeah, again, you know, it's one thing to give lip service to the running game, but there is a time when you actually have to do it. It appears here that Miami is making a much more conscious effort of getting their requisite balance.
Second down 8 from the 20. Kirby again. Into the right side, and no one on the New England defense is fooled. Pitts was there one more time, as was Tim Goad coming over from the nose tackle position.
Good pursuit on the part of the Patriots. Inside people now forcing a 3rd and long.
Dime defense on the field for the Patriots. 6 defensive backs as Goad goes off, along with Dwayne Sabb. 4 wide receivers in the football game for Miami. O.J. McDuffie coming into the huddle just now. 7 yards to go for the first down. They need to get it out beyond the 33-yard line. Marino out of the shotgun with McDuffie in motion. Looking in the flat to Kirby, and the ball is batted away by Willie McGinnis. Number 55, the rookie linebacker, makes his first NFL big play.
We've talked about the fact that eventually we feel like, you know, Jim, that he would end up on the left side, be the left-end rusher, right-end rusher, rather. In this case, he is over Ron Heller. He gets the push back there, gets a piece of Dan Marino's ball, and forces Miami to go 3 and out.
So 12-year veteran Jim Arnold comes on for his second punt of the game. The first one, as you saw, got 38. Ray Crittenton deep for New England. Crittenton goes back to his 30-yard line. Gets away from the first and the second man. but is wrapped up as he gets across the 35 to about the 37-yard line. Sean Hill, reserve cornerback of the Dolphins, downfield to make the stop. I should say. Next Saturday, we remind you, the excitement of Notre Dame football returns to NBC. Number 3 Notre Dame in the Associated Press poll with new quarterback Ron Paulus taking on number 5 Michigan in a major test for both teams. The game to be played at South Bend, and we remind you, 2:30 Eastern time, 11:30 Pacific time. Paulus will play. Tyrone Wheatley questionable for the Michigan Wolverines.
Although I will say this, his substitute yesterday gained some 120 yards, a name that I can't pronounce. Maybe you can.
On first down, Aaron Butts gets the pitch for New England, and Butts is wrapped up by Chuck Bulla and taken out of bounds, and that time Bulla, the inexperienced linebacker playing under pressure today in the absence of Dwight Hollier and the retired John Opperdahl, makes a satisfying stop. Chuck Bulla, 8th round draft choice a couple years ago on the part of the Eagles. Practice squatter who played in 3 games for the Dolphins last year. He was quite calm in our discussions yesterday about the prospect of starting the game today. And he's held up reasonably well. Second down 10. Bledsoe looks down the middle to Coates, and Coates has a chance to go all the way. Breaks a tackle and goes on into the end zone. Touchdown, New England. Gene Atkins was the man with the last chance to prevent a 63-yard touchdown play, and he couldn't get it done.
And just as you mentioned Chuck Bulla, Jim, that's what happened. They caught him in coverage. It was an inside-out situation for Bulla. Had Ben Coates man for man, and Drew Bledsoe saw it, got him the ball, and he went the distance.
So on the last 2 possessions for New England, you've had huge plays by tight end Ben Coates, 4th-year player out of Livingstone, who is rapidly becoming one of the premier tight ends in the National Football League. Barr on to try to add the extra point. And the shocked Miami crowd just reaching its seats in the 3rd period as the Patriots stretch it back out to 21-10. 12 minutes, 33 seconds left in the 3rd period. Patriots Lightning. They lead 21-10.
Kevin Turner goes in motion, and that means the backer has to go with him. As a result, Ben Coates is going to be man for man with Chuck Bulla, and that's a mismatch. The safeties are going to spread out here. Watch the middle of the field, and watch the throw that Bledsoe puts right on the hands of Ben Coates. What a terrific throw, and Coates does the rest. Great athletic ability. Runs right through between stiff arms Atkins and goes the distance.
And as we come back to live action, O'Neill's kick is taken by O.J. McDuffie. McDuffie gets past one man and then is run out of bounds at about the 26-yard line. Corwin Brown downfield to make the play for the Patriots, so the Dolphins suddenly find themselves behind 21-10, and the momentum which you so clearly established in favor of the Dolphins to begin this half, Todd Christensen, now belongs to the men in blue.
Yeah, the fact that they went 3 and out really hurt them, and let's face it, Bledsoe and Coates, man, that was sweet.
Huge play for Bledsoe. 2nd touchdown pass of the game for him. Dolphins now with first down and 10 from the 26-yard line. Marino, who had a hot first half, looking to get things started here. Play fake. Deep throw down the middle, and it's number 80, Irving Fryer, who makes the catch and gets across the 45 to the 46-yard line, but this will be brought back.
Irving Fryer last year, a 1,000-yard season, one of only 7 players who have ever done that in history to have 1,000-yard seasons with 2 different teams. Take a look at that in the first 5 years of his career, only 31 catches per season. Now in the last 4, 60 per season, like fine wine, getting better.
This was an incomplete call.
Yes,
they say that Fryer did not make a legal catch. It'll be 2nd down 10. This time Marino drops straight back. Almost sacked for the first time today, but gets it away to Terry Kirby. And the Dolphins salvage a 6-yard gain out of what was almost a sack. It was Tim Goad who got in on top of Marino and almost got the sack.
Here are the number of people. Look at the company that Irving Fryer keeps with regards to 2,000-yard seasons and 2 separate teams. A lot of very good players there. James Lofton, potential Hall of Famer. Wes Chandler, of course. Harold Jackson. Art Pell, the great one with the Raiders and the Jets, Del Schaffner, and of course the exuberant Tommy McDonald.
I think you would make the case that Fryer, for all of his accomplishments, is the least accomplished name on that list.
Good point.
And he's been a very good player in 2 locations. 3rd down, 5 yards to go. Dolphins need to get the football to the 31 for a first down. Marino again under pressure. And it's almost picked off. Myron Guyton had it in his hands and couldn't hold on. Mark Ingram was the intended receiver. Willie McGinnis was the man who put the pressure on Marino.
Well, what's happening now is they're starting to get some pressure, and he wanted to throw this ball just a little bit sooner. Myron Guyton able to sit there on Ingram, wait till the last minute. He's frustrated. He knows he should have had that one.
Jim Arnold now comes on to kick it away for the Dolphins, and an angry Dan Marino comes to the sideline. Ray Crittenden waiting at his 25-yard line. Crittenden backpedals to the 20. Now steps through a gap and is belted and knocked to the turf at about the 26. It was Frankie Smith roaring downfield to make the stop for the Dolphins. 11:14 to go in the 3rd. 21-10. We'll be back.
No one would ever accuse Dan Marino of being a stoic. Seconds ago, this was his reaction to his offensive lineman in no uncertain terms, telling him that you got to keep me off my back.
That was after Marino was pressured on both 2nd and 3rd down in the Dolphins' last possession. Now on 1st down for the Patriots, Drew Bledsoe a little late delivering, and Troy Vincent breaks up the pass intended for Vincent Brisby.
One of the things with regards to Vincent, of course, is he had the knee problems. Good day for him to come back on soft turf. You know, Bill Parcells must have said something at halftime. I mean, personally, I think that halftime speeches are overrated in the 11 years I played in the NFL. But clearly, whatever he said was the right thing. The defense came out, stopped him on 3 plays, came back with a touchdown, and then they stopped him again.
Indeed, the first 4 minutes of the second half belonged to the Patriots. On 2nd down, Butts with the football has a gain of just a couple. Obviously, the Dolphins came in here loaded up today to stop the running game, to give Chuck Bullis some help at middle linebacker in stopping the thrusts of Marion Butts. Marco Coleman with the tackle there.
Well, of course, in the process of doing that, that's enabled him to get some play-action passes that clearly have been successful. That's less than 2 yards of carry, so give Bullock credit. He's been doing a pretty good job.
They've done a good job of bottling up Butts. They've had trouble with this man, Drew Bledsoe. 3rd down, 8 yards to go. Turner in motion out of the backfield. Bledsoe looking for Coates again, and this time the pass was poorly thrown as Singleton was there on the coverage.
Well, Bledsoe had decided before at the snap of the ball that he was going to Coates, but Coates could not weave his way through the 3 linebackers there in the middle of the field, and as a result, Bledsoe couldn't come off to a secondary receiver.
So it's 4th down, 8, and as Pat O'Neill goes back to kick it for the New England Patriots, Scott Miller, 4th-year player out of UCLA, is deep to receive for the Dolphins. Miller waiting at his 35-yard line. On the side of O'Neill's foot, it lands outside the 40, bounces to about the 39, where it will be downed by the Patriots. We've got 10:15 to go in the 3rd. New England leads 21-10 over Miami. Back live in Miami. In case you're wondering why Scott Miller was deep to receive that last punt for the Dolphins, it's because O.J. McDuffie, the regular punt returner, has a right knee sprain and will not return to the football game. So the Dolphins lose their 3rd wide receiver and their punt returner. On 1st down, Marino has a wide open Irving Fryer and gets him down to the 22-yard line. Blown coverage for the Patriots. Fryer all by himself. Chris Slade.
This is a terrific effort by Marino because Slade actually is able to get around there. Nice move, gets around Richmond Webb. Marino buys time and just gets the ball off. Once again, the advantage of the quick release. Now, why Maurice Hurst just lets him go here? There it is. The hook and go just completely fools Myron Guyton. And it ends up being a pop-up, and it's not the touchdown they would have wanted. But because of the rush, I'm sure Marino will take it.
Rookie free agent running back Irving Spikes, number 40, now in the tailback position for the Dolphins. Spikes has the football and about 5 yards as the Dolphins punch it down inside the 20 to about the 17-yard line. Vincent Brown on the tackle for New England, And the crowd responds to Spikes because he, with a great preseason effort, not only made the ball club, but became a crowd favorite here.
Well, it's certainly, you know, as you mentioned earlier, 40+ yards on kickoff returns. Here is somebody that can do it between the tackles as well. And he was somebody that, when I asked Don Shula yesterday, I said, are you going to get this kid some carries, you know, from scrimmage? And he said, absolutely. And so here he is.
5-yard pickup for Spikes. 2nd down 5 as the Dolphins try to regain momentum, lost in the first minutes of the second half. Again, Spikes with the football, and now flags flies. He goes inside the 15 to about the 13-yard line.
When 2 different officials throw the yellow flag at the same time in the middle, you know that's holding.
And as referee Gordon McCarter gets ready to mark it off.
Holding, number 65, offense, 10 yards, repeat 2nd down.
Don Shula replaces Irving Spikes with Terry Kirby again. So the Dolphins with their regular personnel now back into the football game. And Marino makes the call on what becomes 2nd down, 15 yards to go. Ball at the 26-yard line. They need to get to an 11 or to the 11 for a first down. Just high and off the outstretched fingertips of Keith Byers. Mike Jones was the man who was pressuring Marino from his defensive end position.
Circle route by Keith Byers to the left of your screen, but once again Marino under duress. You can see Slade has him by the leg, and then Jones hits him high. He was lucky to get the ball off at all. Because of the fact they've had problems running, this is what happens. The defensive line now gets to tee off and go after the quarterback.
Patriots staff regarded their pass rush as anemic a year ago. They hope that the addition of McGinnis can make it better. So far, they've been getting it from a variety of different sources early in the second half. Now on 3rd down 15, 6 defensive backs in the game for New England, and Dan Marino uses a timeout to be certain he's got the right play call. Patriots lead 21-10. Dolphins are at the 26 with 3rd and 15. We'll be back. Back live in Joe Robbie Stadium. Big situation for the Miami Dolphins now. 8:21 to go in the 3rd quarter. They trailed 14-10 at halftime. Since then, the Patriots have stretched it to 21-10. Dan Marino facing 3rd and 15 at the 26. He'll operate out of the shotgun. Marino to this point 5 of 6 out of the shotgun. Make it 6 of 7. And Keith Jackson's first catch of the day is a big Dolphin touchdown. He beat strong safety Harlan Barnett, man up in the end zone for the touch. And the Dolphins will go for 2 to try to get to within a field goal of New England. So in the wake of Dan Marino's 300th career touchdown pass, his first career effort and a 2-point conversion. Kirby is in there.
Great call. Great call. Everybody's waiting for him to throw the ball. Everybody's up on their knuckles trying to rush the passer. They just push him forward. Great call by Don Shula, Gary Stevens.
Well, 4 years ago, when they drafted Richmond Webb and Keith Sims, they were thinking of a left side of the line that could do exactly that. First, the touchdown.
We haven't been talking about Keith Jackson much. He hasn't been part of it, but here he just runs the seam route against the safety. Take a look, though, at Dan Marino and how he buys time as he goes backwards and steps up in the pocket because the route takes so long. Take a look at Marino and his ability to buy time, stepping forward again, finally flicking the ball downfield to Jackson over the shoulder. Nice catch by number 88. Number 2 in history. Only the 2nd man in the history of the National Football League to throw for 300 touchdowns in a career. And to say he's pumped is an understatement.
And there's a look at the vital numbers on that statistic. Fran Tarkenton, 342 career touchdown passes. That's the record. He did it in 217 games. In his 157th game as a Dolphin quarterback, Marino becomes the second ever to throw 300 touchdown passes. And now the crowd here in Joe Robbie Stadium responds to that announcement. So momentum switches once again back in favor of the Dolphins. Stoyanovich readies to kick from the 30. Ray Crittenton and Corey Kroon deep for the Patriots. This is Crittenton. Excellent open field tackle by James Saxon, the reserve fullback, number 22. And we mentioned Marino's 300 touchdown passes. The first one came 11 years ago in 1983, a Monday night game against the Raiders. It was a 6-yarder to tight end Joe Rose. And there was another tight end who wouldn't have needed to see the videotape to remember it, because you were there that night.
I certainly was. I remember he came in, led him to 2 straight touchdowns. And take a look at the numbers right there. Again, the emphasis on 11 years. Not only that, Jim, 11 years, 60 games less than Fran Tarkenton to accrue that total. Amazing.
First down for the Patriots. Bledsoe completes in the flat to Kevin Turner, and Turner, the battling Patriot fullback out of Alabama, fights for about 9 yards before Chuck Bulla makes the stop for the Dolphins. They'll be 1 yard short of the first down.
Does the word reliable come to mind where Kevin Turner is concerned? It's amazing the number of times now in this game they've gone to him. All of a sudden he takes a little of the energy out of the crowd.
Good look at Bulla, whose bloodlines for the job of middle linebacker are excellent. His brother Shane Bulla played in the National Football League years ago. His father Hank Bulla was a coach on the Patriots staff. He's also coached elsewhere in the league, including most recently the Detroit Lions, where he was defensive coordinator under Wayne Fonts, and chose to move from there to Michigan State to work with George Perlis. There's a look at Hank. 1973 to 1979. He worked with the Patriots, and Chuck Bulla remembers spending a lot of time around the practice facility while growing up there. Second down, less than a yard to go for New England after the measurement. Bledsoe down the middle. Number 82, Vincent Brisby with the catch. Big yardage across midfield to the 46-yard line of the Dolphins before Gene Atkins finally made the stop.
Once again, the situation with the Miami Dolphins are going for a 2-deep zone, and that opens up the middle of the field. Play action pass, 2nd and 1. Great call. Look at this. Look at the middle of the field. Gene Atkins there makes the stop, but he's so far downfield that Brisby has a lot of yardage there between the hash marks.
Patriots have been extremely effective throwing on first down throughout the game. Some brilliant play calls from Patriot offensive coordinator Ray Perkins. Another play fake. This one goes over Brisby and is picked off. Gene Atkins making the big play with the pickoff for the Dolphins. And the second highest paid Dolphin, brand new to Miami, runs toward the corner of the field to play to the crowd a little bit.
You saw the frustration of Parcells, and he's chatting with him right now. He just threw the ball a little bit behind him. Once again, play action fake. Had a good situation. Watch, it's just going to go over the shoulder here of Brisby. Throws it just a little bit behind, reaches back, can't get it. Right into the arms of Gene Atkins.
So Atkins, who's worked hard and had a few tough moments here today, gets a good one with the pickoff. And the Dolphins take the football back at their own 35-yard line. Under 7 minutes to go in the third quarter. Snell through Marino's legs. Free ball. Flag is down as Mike Jones of the Patriots grabs it.
Now this will be interesting.
by intending to throw the beanbag. That is a backward pass from the snap from center. That's all we've got. It's a loss of yardage. Second down. Recovery. New England first down.
How strange is that?
Well, you can't blame a man for making mistakes if he admits them in public. And Gordon McCarter has just admitted to millions his small error, and then he made another one and then corrected that.
Well, certainly strange. He just goes through the hands of Dan Marino. Right there, it goes through his legs. There's no penalty. There's no nothing. It's just that Gordon McCarter, as he mentioned, you're right, Jim. He mentioned openly to everybody, the thousands that are here, I meant to go for the beanbag. You see it all the time. The officials throw it. Whenever there's a fumble or an interception, that's what he intended to do. Now, the argument over here with Schuler Marino, what's the discussion? There was no penalty. There was no nothing. It was Marino and Jeff Dellenbach's mistake. It wasn't Gordon McCarter's. He admitted to his mistake.
Yeah, you can't exactly blame it on an inexperienced center. Dellenbach is in his 10th year now with the Dolphins and has worked with Marino a great deal in the past, although he was for a long time the backup to Ulenek and was also used as a guard. And now this is a huge play because it negates the Atkins interception, negates the momentum the Dolphins gained from it, and gives the ball back to the Patriots in scoring territory at the 24.
You know, there's a word you hear a lot, but it applies here. That's bizarre. That was a bizarre play.
On first down, the Patriots go to the ground with Leroy Thompson. He gets away from one man and gets outside for a gain of almost 9 yards. Doug Skeen blocking downfield to make room for Thompson, and he broke a Chuck Bullet tackle before he was finally brought down by Michael Stewart.
Here comes the speed of Thompson to the outside. You see Bullet trying in pursuit there, just head-to-head with him. Here he reaches, but Thompson is able to break through the tackle of Bullet and get that additional yardage there, setting up second and about 4.
And you saw Skeen, number 74 downfield, the second-year player out of Michigan, who has knocked Eugene Chung, former #1 draft choice, out of a starting position on that Patriot offensive line. Second down, about 4. And it's Marion Butts with the football, and Butts, who has not been able to gain big yardage today, has a couple, falling forward to about the 17.
There it is once again. We mentioned less than 2 yards per carry.
They give him a gain of 1 on that play and make it third down. 2 yards to go. Well, it's a long 2 or short 3. Double tight ends in the game for New England. Both Ben Coates and John Burke in the football game. The lone wideout is Brisby, and he comes in motion back to the ball. And there's Kevin Turner again. Another big play for Turner, and a first down goal situation for the Patriots inside the Miami 10.
This is really a poor job of defense here. You got to figure that Turner and what he's been doing up to this point. Right there, I think it's Singleton that has to get across, but instead Ben Coates does a nice job of blocking him off. He can't get to the outside and cover Turner, and I can't say enough for the play of number 34 today.
Kevin Turner, third-year player out of Alabama, has come up with a series of big plays for the Dolphins today. So make it first and goal now, the ball at the 7-yard line. Dolphins blitzing. Turner hitting up the middle in the same spot where the blitz came up to the line of scrimmage, and Larry Webster makes the stop for the Dolphins after a gain of about a yard. Slight limp for Turner as he comes back to the huddle.
Body language of the Dolphins is not deceptive here. They're a little bit frustrated, a little bit tired, but it's important here that they force New England, if they can, to kick the field goal and keep them out of the end zone.
Well, certainly after Atkins' interception, the Dolphins had to be thinking of tying the game or getting back into the lead. Now they go down by 9 again as Bledsoe finds a wide-open Michael Timpson at the back of the end zone.
Give the offensive line credit, and again, we've mentioned the mud, but here's a good situation. The offensive line gives him plenty of time to sit and wait until Timpson can clear the zone and get open near the back of the end zone.
And the Patriots will send Barr on to try to stretch the lead to 10.
Now notice the Barr, look at where Barr is off to the side now. He's opted, look at this, he's opted to, and he can't do this if he wants on the grass instead of down the middle. so he doesn't slip and fall like he did the last time.
Gets the ball snapped from the hash mark and kicks it out of Zolak's hold through the middle of the goalpost to stretch the New England lead back to 10 at 28-18.
We mentioned the great pass protection. Take a look at Timpson here. He is just going to run a basic slant route in the back of the end zone. Vincent actually has pretty good coverage, but he is going to collide back here with Adkins, and that's going to enable Timpson to get open. He actually bumps him off right there. Bledsoe sees it and drills it right in the middle. Now here you get a closer look. Vincent actually in pretty good coverage, shoves him to the inside where he thinks he has help, but instead of getting bumped there, he gets bumped by his own man. In that case, I'm sorry, it was not Adkins. It was instead Michael Stewart. Safety.
Matt O'Neill's kickoff is taken by Irving Spikes inside the Dolphin 10. And Spikes picks his way out across the 20 to about the 21-yard line. So the Dolphins will begin from there, trailing now 28-18 after the tackle by Vernon Lewis. Next Sunday, NBC Sports presents an action-packed NFL doubleheader beginning at 12:30 Eastern with NFL Live. Then most of you will see these same Dolphins taking on the Green Bay Packers, winners today over the Vikings, that game in Milwaukee. Others will see the Bills take on the Patriots. In game 2 of our doubleheader, most of you will see the Battle of Texas as the Oilers take on the Super Bowl champion Dallas Cowboys, plus regional action. So check your local listings for the game in your area. Dan Marino and the Dolphins now in the hole again, down 10 points as they start from their 21 with 4:15 to go in the third. Number 41, Keith Byers, has his first catch of the day, and he's upended by Ricky Reynolds after a gain of about 4.
But there's something significant about that. That is his 104th consecutive game with a catch, and it took clear into the third quarter, rather, for him to be able to do that. That's pretty significant, I would say, for a running back. 104 consecutive. That's 7th, tied for 7th on the all-time list.
And virtually everybody else on the list is a wide receiver, right?
Yep.
It'll be second down, 7 yards to go. After Reynolds held Byers to 3 yards without outstanding open field tackle. Marino dropping back, pressure again. Patriots have gotten a lot of pressure on Marino in the second half, and now the flag flies on an interference call downfield. Ingram, the intended receiver, and it was Maurice Hurst who was there on the coverage.
Clearly Bill Parcells isn't happy about it. It appeared from our vantage point that Maurice Hurst turned around to look for the ball.
Pass interference, number 37 defense, first down.
Does this fall under the new incidental contact rule?
Now this would definitely have to be interference if he grabbed him. But take a look at the end of the play when he looks back. What they teach the receiver, the defensive back, to do is now he looks back. Where are his hands? Now right here he looks back. Okay, there's the right hand that came back, but I'd have to call that incidental contact. I don't like that call. Particularly in light of the fact that Ingram probably could have come up with the ball anyway. I think Parcells has a legitimate beef.
Penalty produces a big gainer for the Dolphins. Ball goes into New England territory at the 49-yard line. Now another flag flies.
That is an illegal substitution. Number 83 came into the huddle, communicated with the quarterback, and left without playing it down. That is 5 yards, first down.
83 would be Scott Miller, the receiver who figures to get a little more playing time now after the injury to O.J. McDuffie.
Gordon McCarter certainly hasn't had a dull day, has he?
Gordon is thinking right now. Now the beanbag is in the left bucket, and the penalty flag is in the right bucket. 5-yard marker. Move it back to the 46 of the Dolphins. Marino throws behind the intended receiver. Chris Slade was there on the coverage, and Kirby was the man who fell down trying to reach back for the ball. Crowd quiet. 3:24 to go in the third. They've gotten the excitement of seeing Marino throw 2 touchdown passes to reach the milestone of 300 career TD passes. They can rest secure in the notion that their quarterback, coming back from Achilles tendon surgery, is healthy enough to be a factor, as always, in the National Football League. But they trailed the Patriots 28-18 after 3 touchdown passes by Drew Bledsoe. screen. It's almost picked off after being batted into the air. Marty Moore, number 58, is the man who got a hand on the football.
Well, interesting point here is that Todd Collins is hurt, and that's the reason Marty Moore, Mr. Irrelevant, is playing. But we've called his name a number of times to come up with some big plays, and here that is too. Trying to get the middle screen, and Marty Moore is able to bat it up in the air and negate the play.
We called him Mr. Irrelevant. He was the 222nd and last player taken in the draft. Patriots taking him with a pick they got from Dallas Cowboys in the Hugh Millen deal. And because of his distinction as the last player taken in the draft, Moore was taken to San Clemente, California for a big celebration. Happens to one player every year. On 3rd and 15, Marino looking deep, and he's got a man. Touchdown! Irving Fryer. Flags down, back at the line of scrimmage, and the fight breaks out near the point where Marino released the football. Looks like Sims and McGinnis going at each other.
Well, the touchdown is going to count anyway. This is completely after the fact. Keith Sims was pummeling. I believe it was McGinnis who was in on that fight.
Might have been Mike Jones, number 96.
Well, regardless, it was after the fact, and once again Marino showing his ability to get out and buy time.
But will the initial call negate the touchdown?
Well, it appeared that the timing part of it appeared that was somewhere after the touchdown. So it seemed to me there would be a touchdown, and they'd mark it off on the kickoff possibly.
I think there might be two separate calls, Todd, because there was a flag down by the time Fryer was getting into the end zone with the football.
Well, I think that's what the big discussion is right now, is the timing of it all.
So as McCarter and his crew try to work it out, about 10 yards away, those players who are involved in the little set to are still working each other over verbally. Mike Jones trying to get at Keith Sims to tell Sims what he thinks of all this. Don Shula calls Sims over to say, hey, cool out. The last thing we need is another penalty.
A personal foul, unnecessary roughness after the touchdown by both offense and defense. The touchdown is good. The penalties will offset at the kickoff.
Solomonic. It all adds up to no harm, no foul. And the Dolphins have the touchdown that gets them back to within 4 at 28-24. 54 yards from Marino to Irving Fryer. Career TD pass number 301 for Dan.
Now, that's an interesting point, though, that you made, which is, when did the fight start? That was the big issue. If the fight started when the ball was in the air, they could have brought that back. Gordon McCarter once again having to make a very difficult decision here, deciding that the touchdown had happened prior to the fight, and that's why the Dolphins get the 6.
This time the Dolphins will go for 1. Stoyanovich here to kick to try to get Miami back to within 3 at 28-25. It's good. Fascinating game. 3:09 to go in the third quarter. New England clinging to a 3-point lead over Miami at 28-25. And another look at Irving Fryer getting loose for the TD.
But what happens here is Maurice Hurst, because of all the time he's buying right here, he's just hesitating. Nothing's happening. Now he stops, and he stops with him, but the ball is thrown completely over his head. Hurst has no idea. He never looks back, and that enables Marino to throw the long touchdown to Fryer. Take a look in the middle. Number 69 is who you're looking for. Number 69, Keith Sims, right there. Now he's laying on top of him with his knee. You can see his knee right there on his neck. The ball is long thrown. My guess is at that point, that's when Jones retaliates. Marino turns to look at it. You can see clearly, good call by Gordon McCarter, because the fight occurred long after the ball was thrown. Touchdown was good. Good job by the officials.
And Irving Fryer, who was for 9 years a New England Patriot and a teammate of Maurice Hurst's for 3 years, now has has a touchdown against his former teammates. His second catch of the day, totaling 94 yards. This one, a 54-yard TD grab.
Keith Sitton's trying to explain what the situation is. In those situations, it's always a matter of what they refer to as manhood. He had his knee in his neck. The guy kicked him, so he had to go after it. A lot of cases there you could see earlier Don Shula saying, this makes no sense, Keith. That almost cost us a touchdown. I'm sure that's what his coaches are saying to him right now. We can't afford that.
Keith Sims, who combines with Richmond Webb to make up that formidable left side of the offensive line for the Dolphins. Both of them having a pretty good day. Pete Stoyanovich ready to kick it off. Crittenden and Kroom deep for New England. Crittenden at the 5-yard line. Big hit back at the 25. Celebrations all around for the Dolphins. Frankie Smith again the first man downfield. And next Sunday we remind you to join NBC Sports for NFL Live at 12:30 Eastern Time. Host Greg Gumbel, joined by our team of Super Bowl champion coaches Mike Ditka and Joe Gibbs. Co-host Ahmad Rashad. Dallas Cowboys Emmitt Smith and Troy Aikman will be the focus of our attention as they chase a third consecutive Super Bowl title. It's all next Sunday starting at 12:30 p.m. Eastern with NFL Live. Crowd is alive again. Leroy Thompson and Kevin Turner will be the setbacks behind Drew Bledsoe on first down 10 for the Patriots from their 25. Little piece of misdirection. It is Thompson coming back to the right for a pickup of about 3. Chuck Klingbeil reacting over from nose tackle to make the stop for Miami.
Now it's interesting, the last time, if you recall, when they had the touchdown and they came within 3, the crowd was going nuts. Now I think one of the reasons they're not quite as animated is because they have not really proven that they can stop Drew Bledsoe. It's almost as if the crowd is anticipating he's going to make another great throw.
At left defensive end, number 91, Jeff Cross, who missed almost the entire preseason with a calf muscle injury, comes on the field to play. Bledsoe dumps it down the middle to number 36, Leroy Thompson. Brian Cox makes the stop for Miami. It's a pickup of about 5. It'll be third down and about 2 for the first down.
And a pretty big third down call here. Third and a long one. If they give the ball back here, you can hear the rising of the crowd. If they give the ball back here, not a good time. The Patriots really need to get the first here.
Klingbeil comes back on the field and Cross comes off. Third down, make it 1 yard to go for the Patriot first down. Bledsoe over the middle. He's got first down yardage to tight end Ben Coates. Michael Stewart was there, but Coates was able to reel in the bullet from Bledsoe.
That's what it was, too. That's a good description. Sometimes you hear that say bullet, but that applies there. They came with the blitz. He throws it quickly. Watch number 87 is going to come over to the middle. Bulla on the blitz. He sees it right there, sits down, gets clobbered. Now watch this. All these bodies, 3 bodies. Look how strong he is to push himself forward and get the yardage back that initially he didn't have. The hyperbole where Ben Coates is concerned was not overdone.
He is your classic all-purpose tight end, not one of your situational players. This guy's an every down tight end. On first down, Bledsoe throws in the flat. Kevin Turner with another catch. Pickup of about 4. Michael Stewart knocks him out of bounds.
These seemingly meaningless catches add up, Jim. It becomes a situation where you say, okay, big deal, it was only 4 yards, but it starts to weigh on the psyche of the defensive backs. Can't this guy throw an incompletion? Can't we bat something down? Isn't there something we can do where this is concerned? Turner just continues to come after you and wear you down.
Inside 1 minute to go in the third. Bledsoe and the Patriots hoping to keep the football, work a little clock, and maybe put a little more distance between themselves and the Dolphins. Turner in motion. Bledsoe fakes to Thompson and looks deep downfield. Bumping between Brisby and Troy Vincent, and no flag as it's incomplete inside the 10. Atkins was there to help Vincent with the coverage.
This is going to be the most difficult call this year in the National Football League. What is and what is not incidental contact. Running stride for stride. The right hand comes out, the left hand comes out. There they elbow and they jostle. Both of them right there. It looks like from that vantage point that Vincent actually had Brisby's left hand in his shoulder, but that's not how the official saw it.
Now it will be third down, 6 yards to go. Need to get the football to midfield for a first down.
Blitz.
And Bledsoe gets away from the blitz, releases the ball. Perhaps not a great decision, but the Patriots get it back. Brian Cox was the man who got in on top of Drew Bledsoe and couldn't bring him down. Leroy Thompson was the one who wound up with the football. And it was a fumble.
Here's Brian Cox coming on the blitz, and even though he's not able to come up with the play, he forces Bledsoe into something he didn't want to do. The tackle doesn't come off quick enough there. That Skeen, who doesn't come back and get him. That's the advantage of being 6'5" and 235. He shakes it off. But in that case, the Patriots are lucky to get that ball back.
Pat O'Neill, the rookie punter, is in to kick it away. Scott Miller is deep to receive for the Dolphins. And now the quarter comes to a close, and we'll be right back after these messages from your local station. We are back in Joe Robbie Stadium in Miami. Jim Lampley along with Todd Christensen. The numbers there show you New England's 28-25 margin over the Miami Dolphins. It has been a seesaw battle, living up to that shock-worn term in every way. And now to begin the fourth quarter, the New England Patriots, who have just been stopped by Miami, kick the football away. Pat O'Neill puts it in the air. Scott Miller is coming up looking for a fair catch. Knocked away from the path of the ball. Miller turns around and looks for a flag and gets it. And the man who was downfield a little bit too eagerly was Vernon Lewis, second-year cornerback out of Pittsburgh, and he's the one on whom the flag has been thrown.
Well, in fairness to him, even though it is a good call, he's doing what he's supposed to do. The punt was poor, and Miller does a good job of hurrying up because he doesn't want to let it bounce and get 15 yards field position. And so it's one of those unfortunate situations where Lewis collides with him, and that's the way it goes.
Rookie kicker kicking under pressure for the Patriots, didn't hit a good one and set up the situation in which Lewis is going to be called for the foul. 3 touchdown passes by Drew Bledsoe of New England. 3 touchdown passes, career number 299, 300, and 301 for Dan Marino of the Dolphins. Big plays galore on both sides. And the difference, 3 points, as New England tries to hold a 3-point lead.
Fair catch interference. Number 43 on the kicking team. 15 yards. First down.
It'll set up good field position for the Dolphins.
Right here, there he comes down, and he's doing what he's supposed to do. He's trying his best to get out of the way right there, but he can't do it. And that's why it's unfortunate that has to be a 15-yard penalty, because clearly he wasn't trying to hurt him. But that's unfortunate.
The result is that Miami will start from its 46-yard line as it tries to move into position for the possible tying field goal or go-ahead touchdown. Fire in motion behind Marino. Terry Kirby with the ball. Dolphin running game has shown just a little bit of juice. And this time Kirby has a gain of about 3 before Harlan Barnett makes the stop for the Patriots. Patriots are looking at a visit from Buffalo next week. Dolphins have a tough trip to Milwaukee to play Green Bay. One or the other, perhaps both teams looking to contend in the AFC East. And opening day victory seems mandatory for whichever team is going to have the inside track toward contention.
Well, I think a point was made, and that was that when you lose on the road in this division, it's never an upset because the teams are that good.
A gain of 4 on first down for Kirby. Now Kirby pitches it back to Marino, who looks downfield to a wide open fire. It'll be touchdown pass number 4 for Dan Marino. Dolphins lead. And Stoyanovich will try to stretch the lead to 4.
Taking a page out of Barr's book, too. Opting not for the dirt. Good decision.
the result of having gotten a two-point conversion earlier in the game, the Dolphins have a lead by the margin of more than a field goal.
The key,
a look back at the TD.
The key here, right here, is Maurice Hurst. He's looking in the backfield right here, and as soon as he sees the running play and the handoff, he takes it easy here and starts to come up here in his back pedal. As a result, you're going to see Fryer, who's going to cut completely across the field and be wide open. Irving Fryer does a good job of making it look like it's a run, trying to cut him off, not trying too hard. Then all of a sudden, Hurst looks in the backfield. That's the one thing that they always tell cornerbacks not to do. Don't look in the backfield, and it costs a touchdown.
And with this dance, Irving Fryer celebrates another notch in the record book for Dan Marino, as Marino, with the 18th game of his career in which he's thrown 4 or more touchdown passes, ties Johnny Unitas for all-time leadership in that category. Let's check it. Now I'm told that he passes Unitas to move into sole ownership of that record.
So, by the way, I meant to ask you this. How's his Achilles?
I think it's still questionable. Well, I asked you at the beginning of the game if a wet field would be bothersome to him as he worked with the newly rebuilt Achilles tendon, and you said no, that was good.
Quarterback gets the great treatment, doesn't he? There's no way that linemen get to have their feet scraped like that on the sideline.
I'd like to have those guys on a muddy day at the golf course. Would you like that after every shot? Stoyanovich will kick it away for Miami. Dolphins lead by 4, 32-28. Crittenton takes it for New England. Just inside the 10. Gets outside the 25. Across the 30 to the 32-yard line before he's finally knocked out of bounds. Good effort by Ray Crittenton. Muhammad Oliver made the tackle for the Dolphins. And Marino now with 302 career touchdown passes. He came into today with 298. He's got Fryer twice, Ingram once, and Jackson once for 4 TD passes today.
Not that he would throw 4 touchdown passes in every game, but you look at that graphic, you could speculate that it would probably be somewhere in November of '95 when he might catch Fran Tarkenton.
If he stays healthy till then. Butts and Turner in the backfield behind Bledsoe. Over the middle to Coates. First down yardage across the 40 to the 44. Gene Atkins makes the stop for the Dolphins.
I would look for them to really feature Ben Coates in this drive, simply because of the fact that he hasn't been covered yet. Every time that they've gone to Ben Coates, he's been wide open. The combination of the young middle linebacker and a strong safety who's relatively new to the system, and Michael Stewart, there you see the 100-yard game that he has. I would look for Coates more and more.
Bledsoe's pass batted and almost picked off. Intended for Coates. It was Bulla who knocked it into the air.
And give him credit. Clearly he's in there to be a run stopper. Coates with the inside release. They have a bracket on him. Bulla comes across. Look at that. Diving makes the play. Great effort there by the youngster. And as you mentioned, he didn't talk about pressure at all. He said, look how excited he is with those Mike Singletary eyes paying attention. He's thrilled to be here.
Second down 10. Dolphins offside. Leroy Thompson with the football has a gain just of a few, so New England will in all likelihood take the penalty if it goes against Larry Webster of the Dolphins, as I suspect it will.
We mentioned again Chuck Bulla, somebody who probably would have made the team but for the retirement of John Offerdahl and the injury to Dwight Hollier. This is somebody who's a family man.
Offside, number 94, defense, 5 yards, repeat second down.
Now maybe you're wondering why Todd made such a big point of saying that Chuck Bulla is a family man. Well, it's because we wanted to set up a picture of the tattoo on Bulla's left shoulder, which lists all of the members of his extended Bulla family. Dad and Mom getting 4th billing there. Leroy Thompson is wrapped up after a gain of a couple. Chris Singleton there to make the stop for the Dolphins. An increasingly active Chris Singleton playing against his former teammates and the team that drafted him #1 back in 1990.
Well, as we mentioned, he was the leading tackler in the preseason, and he has had some close misses today on some sacks, but he has made some tackles and has done a good job along with the other backers in stuffing the run.
Still more than 12 minutes to go, but a big play coming up now for New England. Third down 4. Football at the 50. Got to get it to the 46 for a first down. Ray Crittenden in the game, the third wide receiver for New England. Timpson in motion. Bledsoe throws it out to number 82, Vincent Brisby. Clutch throw, good catch. J.B. Brown with the stop. First down, New England.
And the second effort was significant, Jim, because he caught the ball right at the stick. Right at the stick. If he's dropped in his tracks right there, that's not a first down. He needs to get to the 46. He's going to have a little short hook here. Brown's all over. Now he catches it right at the stick. If he doesn't make the extra effort right here, he doesn't get the first. Good job by Brisby.
At the 44 of the Dolphins, as you see the numbers on Brisby. First down, New England. Plenty of time for Bledsoe. Deep down the sideline. Brisby drops. Flag was down back near the 30-yard line as J.B. Brown was working against Brisby.
I think it appeared to me that he had a hook and go going, and he got chucked well beyond the 5-yard limit. But he's got to be frustrated with himself because what a tremendous deep throw that was, right on the mark.
Oh, you can't lay it out any better than that.
Pass interference. Number 37 defense. Automatic first down.
Take a look at the isolation. Here's going to have a little bit of a move to the inside, like the hook move. Now he takes off, and he just flat out bumps him right there. I would have thought at that point that would have been the illegal chuck rule as opposed to pass interference, but the officials opted to call it pass interference. But either way, Brisby should have caught that ball.
They mark it at the 29-yard line, the spot of the foul. And the Patriots continue to move with the first down there. It's Thompson again with the football, and Thompson getting a little bit more action than Marion Butts at this moment in the second half of the game. As a pickup of 2, it'll be second down 8.
Well, for whatever reason, Marion Butts is really starting to look sluggish, but I'd have to say that the running game for New England, quite frankly, is looking sluggish.
Well, Butts was bothered by a knee injury in preseason. Thompson is healthy, so he expected to get a lot of work in these first couple of weeks. Marco Coleman made the stop for the Dolphins. Call it a gain of only 1. It's second down 9 at the 28. This time it was number 99, Chuck Klingbeil, who may have gotten too far into the neutral zone.
Encroachment. Number 99 defense. 5 yards. Still second down.
One thing we haven't mentioned here, Jim, is something that you pointed out earlier. 91 degrees. Now we're heading into the fourth quarter. One of Bill Walsh's axioms was that the key to winning in the National Football League is the pass rush in the fourth quarter. These people are starting to get tired. The game is running long, and then things start to get a little bit sloppy. That has to be a concern, actually, for both sides, because the Dolphins clearly have not been putting on much of a pass rush. And, of course, in Marino's case, neither of the Patriots.
Triple wide receivers in the game for New England. Timpson in motion behind Bledsoe. Plenty of time for Drew. He looks for Crittenden in the corner of the end zone.
Oh, what a catch!
He's got it.
What a catch! Oh, Ray Crittenden.
Heck of a choice by Bledsoe. He got Crittenden working against dime back Frankie Smith, a less experienced player, and Crittenden got just enough room to make the great catch.
Oh, man. Man, oh, man. You know what's amazing about that, Jim? The guy doesn't play that much. He came off the bench cold to make that catch. It's not like he's in there for a bunch of plays. Wow.
Second-year receiver out of Virginia Tech. Great throw by Bledsoe. The kick is good by Matt Barr, and the Patriots have the lead again. New England 35, Miami 32, after Bledsoe's 4th touchdown pass of the day. So the Miami monsoon storm clouds gather over Joe Robbie Stadium again as the Patriots prepare to kick off, leading 35-32. O'Neill's kick bounces in front of Scott Miller. Miller picks it up and finds yardage across the 20 to about the 26-yard line before he's knocked down by number 30, Corwin Brown. You've got 10 minutes, 2 seconds remaining in the football game, and after the 4th touchdown pass of the day for Bledsoe, New England goes back on top of Miami, 35-32. But what will Marino do next?
The bane of the defensive backfields today has been the hook and go. Once again, Ray Crittenden with a little hook move right here. Frank Smith bites. It's not that awful, but right there he gets a little separation, and what a catch. Full extension on this ball. Look at him lay out and give himself up. What a fabulous grab by Ray Crittenden, coming in cold off the bench for that one.
And the post-touchdown dance for Crittenden. Dolphins now start again with 10:02 to go. Ball at the 27. And on first down, it's Terry Kirby with a couple out close to the 30-yard line. 4 touchdown passes apiece for Marino and Bledsoe today, and there are the numbers.
You know what? And what's amazing is you just pointed out there's 9:45 left in the game. Both of these quarterbacks were as good as advertised.
Marino averaging more than 20 yards per completion. And that's been against a fairly persistent pass rush in the second half from New England. They have managed to get pressure on him in a way that few teams ever have. And they do it again. And he completes again. To Irving Fryer into Patriot territory, out of bounds at the 38-yard line. Working again against Maurice Hurst. And Marino gets up off the turf as Chris Slade pounded him down.
But what happens here is that he pushes him up. He runs the short corner. He's going to push him inside. And watch when Marino throws this ball before he looks. He hasn't broken yet. Now he throws it. What great timing he has. He talked about the fact that with the 2 marks, he had that splendid timing, and he's not yet been able to establish that with some of the guys, but is starting to grow with Irving Fryer, as depicted there on that grab.
Fryer with 2 touchdown grabs already today. Ingram had one. Keith Jackson got one as well. First down 10 from the 38. This one batted into the air and almost picked off. And again, Marty Moore, number 58, the rookie out of Kentucky, was the man who got his hands on the ball.
A lot of time for Dan Marino. He looked around. He opted for the 3rd receiver. Take a look. He looks outside. Then he looks to the inside. Now he pump fakes. Look at that. He bats it up. Almost gets a piece of it. Good play by Moore to prevent the completion.
Marty Moore has been anything but irrelevant here today.
You know what, Jim? It's always exciting to see somebody beat the odds.
Dan Marino's last 3 completions to Irving Fryer have accounted for 136 yards. This time Marino gets away from pressure but throws over Keith Byers out in the flat. And it was Dwayne Sabb who managed to get in and put some pressure on Marino that time, and Tim Goad is down in the dirt. So as the New England trainers come out to talk to Tim Goad, we'll be back with 9:05 to go. Back live in Miami. 3rd down 10 for the Dolphins. Tim Goad, the New England nose tackle, has left the game after being poked in the eye. Marino out of the shotgun. He's been tremendously effective today out of the gun. That's only the 2nd incompletion he has thrown from that formation. 7 of 9 for 164 yards and 2 touchdowns out of the shotgun, but that critical miss momentarily stops the Miami drive. So with 9 minutes, 1 second to go, and the ball in New England territory at the 38-yard line, the Dolphins face 4th and 10. Marino leaves. Jim Arnold comes on to kick it for Miami, and Ray Crittenden goes down to the 10 to wait for New England. Arnold trying to nail it high and keep it short of the goal line, and he does. Ball is downed by number 20, Muhammad Oliver, and they'll mark it, I think, just inside the 5-yard line.
You know, just as Ray Crittenden made a great play before on his catch, he makes a bad decision here by not fair catching the ball. It's going to hit on the soft part right there. It goes over his head right there at the 13-yard line. If he'd have fair caught that, that's a reasonable situation. 13 yards when you're at the 38-yard line gives the coverage team plenty of time to get down and make the play, and that's exactly what happened.
But they're going to rule that the ball was touched out at the 7-yard line, make it the 8. So they'll start with 1st and 10 from the 8-yard line. They get a little bit of break in field position because of the official's judgment that ball was touched out at the 8. Marion Butts re-enters the game to line up a tailback behind Drew Bledsoe. Fullback Kevin Turner also there behind Bledsoe, number 34. Patriots protecting a 3-point lead, and Drew's going to throw on 1st down. It was batted into the air, intended for Vincent Brisby. J.B. Brown was there for the Dolphins. And now, after that call, the Patriots face 2nd and 10 from their 8.
And right there, that shows, Jim, I think, the lack of confidence that Bill Parcells has in his running game right now. Here they are deep in their own territory. You're thinking, hey, we got to go off tackle. We've got to do something here, get out. But Bill Parcells clearly knows that Drew Bledsoe has the hot hand, and he has some confidence in his 2nd-year quarterback.
And Butts, when last we checked, had only 25 yards on 15 carries. Miami came here expecting to have to stop the run, and they've done it. This time Bledsoe comes back to favorite target Ben Coates, and Coates breaks away across the 30 and near the 35-yard line. Michael Stewart wrestling with Coates, but another huge play for the rapidly developing New England tight end.
Tom Olivadotti, the defensive coordinator for the Miami Dolphins, said that one of the things that makes Coates special as a tight end is what he can do after the catch. A lot of tight ends in the league, all they do is fall down. But look at Coates. He runs through 3 different tacklers and shows the speed to get upfield, eluding tacklers again, and look how many it takes to get him down. 5 Dolphins on top of Coates.
And look at Marion Butts blocking everything he can find down the field. Dolphin defensive coordinator Tom Olivadotti, he said Coates was a nightmare. Coates has proven him right. Bledsoe in the flat, over the outstretched hand of Turner. Turner, who's had a lot of heavy work, may be tiring just a bit.
Yeah, I think you're right. You could see that on that route, slow to get up and just jogging back to the huddle right there. But Bledsoe did overthrow him.
8 minutes, 11 seconds still to go in the football game. The way this one has gone, the Patriots cannot afford to play it close to the vest. They've got to be thinking we'll need to score again, maybe score twice, the way Marino has been kicking it to the Dolphins. 2nd down 10. Again, it's Ben Coates. This time short of the 1st down. Michael Stewart there to wrap him up for the Dolphins.
Now let's think for a minute about what it takes to make a great tight end. If there's, I'm not an expert on very many things, but I'm close to it on this. Does he make the big catches? Can he run after the catch? Is he big and strong? Is he fast? Is he a terrific target? I don't see any weakness in his game, certainly not today.
Third down, 4 yards to go. Had him open, overthrew Kevin Turner downfield.
And both Turner and Bledsoe are going to complain over the fact that Brian Cox grabbed him, which he did, but he got away with it. Excuse me, it was Singleton on the coverage who grabbed him and got away with it.
Number 55, Chris Singleton, the former New England number 1, getting away with the contact on Turner. Patriots failed to convert on 3rd down.
Just to the right of the screen right there, he ran the out and up. Now after it's over, you can see he looks over the official saying, what's up? What's up? Come on. And Singleton's like, oh, no problem.
O'Neill's last punt was a short one. This one he mails inside the 10 to the 7-yard line. Miller takes it from there and takes it all the way back to the 20 before he's knocked out of bounds. So the Dolphins will have 80 yards to go. 7 minutes, 14 seconds remaining. They trail by 3. We are live at Joe Robbie Stadium in Miami, Florida. Jim Lampley along with Todd Christensen, and you see the numbers there. New England leading by a field goal. 7 minutes, 14 seconds to go in the game. The Dolphins, after stopping the Patriot offense, get the football back with 80 yards to go. Dan Marino has had a red-hot day, particularly throwing the deep ball. And this time, Chris Slade gets hold of Marino and gets a rare sack of the Miami quarterback.
Well, Chris Slade took an inside move on Richmond Webb. Take a look, he's going to move to the outside like he's going, then he cuts inside, jumps over the top with a swim move, and he can't get him. Slade able to beat the All-Pro and get to Marino. When we talked with Bill Parcells, he said that he really liked his trio of outside backers, and we asked him why McGinnis wasn't in that position, and his response was,
he said, I've already got a guy at the right side who can play it if he can learn how to do it. He said they're both like dogs chasing cars down the street right now, but Chris Slade has every bit as much a chance to be a great player as does Willie McGinnis. Screen pass to Byers on second and long. Gets away from one tackle and then is ridden out of bounds back near the original point of contact at about the 20-yard line. Dwayne Sabb made the stop for New England. Following the game on most of these stations, you'll see the comedy adventure Police Academy 6, City Under Siege. Then we'll bring you Confessions, Two Faces of Evil. Viewers on the West Coast will see those shows at their regularly scheduled times. NBC tonight, Police Academy 6 and Confessions, Two Faces of Evil coming up following the completion of this game. 6 defensive backs in the game for New England. 4 wide receivers on the field for Miami. Third down, 12 from the 18-yard line. They've got to get it to the 30 for a first down. Pressure again on Marino. This time he gets away and gets first down yardage as Terry Kirby made a big play to evade 2 tacklers short of the chains and got past it to keep the drive alive. Vernon Lewis finally made the stop for New England.
Once again, watch Marino buying time with his feet. It looks like right here he's going to be sacked by McGinnis, but he slides past, can't get him, flips out to Kirby, and as you mentioned, he is able to avoid 2 tacklers and cut up the field and get the first down.
All the way to the 39-yard line, a pickup of 21 yards on the play. Both Marino and Bledsoe with excellent chances to go past the 400-yard mark in the air today. And Dan turns to referee Gordon McCarter and asks for a timeout. 5 minutes, 31 seconds still to go. The Dolphins use a timeout so that Marino can be absolutely certain of their plans from here.
I'm wondering if it's a situation where not so much certain of his plans, maybe they're just tired at this point in the game.
Yeah, but both teams have a right to be tired. I mean, look at Slade. He's been chasing and chasing in the whole third quarter. Now, the last time these two teams met, January 2 of this year, last season's final game, they played a similar game into overtime at 27 apiece. And then after the Dolphins missed a chance, this 36-yard touchdown pass from Drew Bledsoe to Michael Timpson in overtime gave New England a 33-27 win. The Pats finishing the season with a 4-game win streak, while the Dolphins lost their last 5. And with this loss, we're knocked out of the playoff picture. That was seen by many as the arrival of Drew Bledsoe as a quarterback to watch in future years in the NFL, and he's done nothing to dispel that notion today.
You know, I was just thinking, Jim, as you watch a game like this, and of course this is folly on my part to wish for this. I wish Marino was 5 years younger. Now these two teams play twice a year. Can you imagine the fireworks of these two guys if they are both, you know, I mean, Bledsoe, we keep forgetting he's doing all this. He's only 22. He's 22 years of age. Amazing.
On first down 10 from the 39. Marino throws across the middle to Keith Jackson. And this time Jackson, who had a touchdown earlier in the game, has only a yard or so before Marty Moore and Dwayne Sabb wrap him up.
Only with the one catch, as you mentioned. For whatever reason, he doesn't seem to be as involved in the offense today. Just a crossing route, but they're waiting on him. There's Moore and Sabb putting him to the ground for only about a 2-yard gain.
Byers out of the game for the moment. Reserve fullback James Saxon in. Yet another indicator that fatigue might be a factor in these closing moments. Second down 7 after a gain of 3 on first down. Down the middle, almost picked off by Guyton. Jackson was the intended receiver.
And that's the second time that's happened for Guyton. Remember earlier in the second quarter, he had a similar situation where he did a good job of anticipating. Guyton in coverage here, man for man on Jackson. Looks to the inside. He sees the ball coming. It's overthrown. Jackson just gets an arm on it.
6 defensive backs in the game for New England now on third down 7. Moments ago, the Dolphins had third down 12 and kept it alive on a big play by Terry Kirby. He broke away from 2 tacklers short of the chains and got the first down. This time Marino gets the first down with a rocket to Scott Miller into New England territory before Rod Smith is able to make the tackle. It's all the way down to the New England 40-yard line.
Once again, tremendous protection, and notice how Marino once again buys time by stepping up, waiting, zip. And there's the ball right to Miller for the first.
Miller in the game because O.J. McDuffie, who would normally be the third Miami receiver, is out with an injury.
You see the frustration on the look of Bill Parcells, but it's magic. It's magic today for Marino. He's trying everything.
Anytime blitz now from New England, and it works. Number 22, Rod Smith, coming off the corner, and along with Dwayne Sabb, number 95, he teams to put Marino on the turf.
That's the first time he's tried this today. Corner blitz from the left side of your screen. Number 22 is going to be coming up into the face of Marino, and he has no place to go. Nobody is there to block him because you can't account for the cornerback coming from the left of your screen. He sees him coming. Nothing he can do.
And now with 2nd and 18 coming up, Sabb leaves the game. Willie McGinnis comes on, perhaps to rush the passer from that corner. Rod Smith, incidentally, number 22, the man who was blitzing, has been playing in place of Ricky Reynolds at the left corner through much of the second half. Marino in the flat to Kirby. McGinnis knocks him out of bounds as Kirby gets it inside the 40 to about the 36-yard line.
Now that's an interesting situation. McGinnis back there. He is a rookie, and quite frankly, the reason he is in is as a pass rusher. That is his forte, not in coverage. He got caught a little bit too far inside on that, and Kirby got a lot more yards than he should have on a simple flat route, nearly 10, and so now a very makeable 3rd and 6.
And New England goes to the dime. 6 defensive backs for the Patriots. Dolphins in the 4 wide receiver set. But one of those who is flexed is the tight end Jackson, number 88. New England with pressure. Well-timed play by Hurst as he was able to knock the ball away from number 82, Mark Ingram.
Now the big decision, and this is one that fans are going to enjoy throughout the year. The 35-yard and a 52-yard field goal. The way this guy has been so hot, I say they got to go for it.
You've got Pete Stoyanovich, and 52 yards is certainly within his range.
And at the 52, where it is there at the 42-yard line, would be out of the dirt.
But instead, they'll go for the first down. 4th down, 5.
I do the same.
Ball is just outside the 35. They've got to get it almost to the 30 to pick up a first down. Marino out of the gun. He's been deadly today. Open man. Touchdown, Irving Fryer. Touchdown pass of the day for Dan Marino. The 3rd one for Irving Fryer. And I mentioned that Rod Smith, number 22, has been playing in place of Ricky Reynolds. He might wish now that it had been Reynolds who was on the field for that play. Stoyanovich to add the extra point. Gets it moved onto the grass. Ball snapped from the hash mark. Knocks it through the uprights. And the Dolphins lead by 4. 39-35.
What's so impressive about this is you've got 4th and 6, so what do? Oh, I'm thinking to myself, maybe we'll run a flat route, one of these guys over here or over here, but instead, no. Right up here on top, he's going to go with the up route. Does this show how much confidence he has in his arm? He's not going just for the first down, he's going for the downs. This is not a high percentage throw at all, but look at it. Right in stride to Fryer. The 5th touchdown for Marino. Unbelievable.
Marino calls the TD from his vantage point. And let's see how Don Shula saw it.
What's he doing going up? Oh, yes! Good decision.
Shula says it's a TD. Now we'll take a look at Parcells, and I don't think he throws his hands in the air.
Oh, man. That's his reaction. Oh,
Give
man.
credit to Gary Stevens and the Miami offensive staff for a terrific call. They got Fryer man up against an inexperienced corner and took advantage. 10 plays, 80 yards, 3 minutes, 55 seconds. The Dolphins, under pressure, go back in front. And look at the numbers on Irving Fryer against his former Patriot teammates. But plenty of time for Drew Bledsoe. After all, Bledsoe's only got 4 TD passes, so he'll need another to match Marino. Stoyanovich with the full support of the Joe Robbie Stadium crowd. It comes to Crittenden. Will they rule it a touchback? They will.
That's a good decision on the part of Ray Crittenden. A lot of people don't understand that. If the momentum of the ball goes into the end zone, that's exactly what he can do. So many times you see a young kick returner try and get it out. Good decision by Crittenden. If the ball goes through and the momentum takes it into the end zone, he gets the touchback. Crittenden heads up there, not doing a foolish thing, trying to run out and get tackled at the 4. So now the Patriots set up shop at the 20.
The relatively inexperienced Crittenden making a key choice there. Could have gotten his team into a lot of trouble. Bledsoe will now have 80 yards to go, just as Marino did 4 minutes ago. This is Leroy Thompson. And Thompson fights for about 8 yards. It'll be second down, clock running. Brian Cox makes the stop for the Dolphins. We're inside 3 minutes to go.
And as you mentioned earlier, Jim, how large does that 2-point conversion loom now? With
Huge.
a 4-point lead, the New England Patriots have to go for the 6.
Absolutely huge. It was the third quarter. The Patriots led 21-10. The Dolphins scored to get to within 21-16 and elected to go for the deuce. And now down the middle, Bledsoe finds Vincent Brisby. Gene Atkins makes the stop, but it's big yardage out across the 40 and a New England first down. Make it the 46-yard line.
Let me interject a thought here. The possibility of the way New England is getting down the field, they probably want to see the clock continue to go, because if indeed they do get down and score, they want to take up all the time if they can.
Dolphin defenders Black backing up. Turner in motion. Bledsoe trying to get Coates, and 3 Dolphin defenders around the big tight end. Gene Atkins was the man who broke it up.
As you mentioned, 3 guys around him now. The point, they know where he is now on the field. He's been hurting them. There's Atkins, there's Stewart, there's Bulla. Good defense on that play.
They're going to find Ben Coates if it's the last thing they do in this drive. That's probably true of both Bledsoe and the Dolphin defenders. Second down 10. It was Leroy Thompson who couldn't hold on to the football.
Interesting, too, now at the 2:02, that actually assists them in terms of a timeout. The down, I don't mean that the down is necessarily irrelevant, Jim, but clearly they're in 4-down situation here. So now this will be an interesting call, whether to go for the entire 10 yards or set themselves up with a makeable 4th and 3 or 4th and 4.
The ball is actually spotted at the 47. They got to get it to the Dolphin 43 for a first down. Crittenden in motion. Plenty of time for Bledsoe. He finds Coates. And Coates breaks a tackle and is loose down the sidelines, but drops the football. And it's Dolphin ball at the 35-yard line. It was Gene Atkins who made the hit, and the ball came loose from Ben Coates.
The argument here, Jim, that they're talking about is whether or not he was out of bounds before he fumbled. If possibly his foot got knocked out of bounds before the fumble. That's what the circle is right now debating as to whether or not he was out of bounds first.
And the roar of the crowd tells you how that argument is settled. 1 minute 51 seconds to go. The Dolphins have the football and a 4-point lead.
The big debate, did Ben Coates go out of bounds before he fumbled the ball? The answer is no. Watch the feet. Watch Gene Atkins with the strip. The feet are inbounds. Never any time do the feet touch the chalk. The ball remains inbounds. Michael Stewart is on top of it. Dolphins ball. Good job by the officials being right on top of it.
So the Dolphins start from their own 26-yard line. 1:51 to go. Terry Kirby with the ball. Dolphins will try to run some clock, of course. Keith Byers apparently bothered by a thigh injury, so James Saxon is in the game at fullback. Patriots wanted a fumble call there, and there is none.
Now he fumbled, and the man started to run with the ball. That was foolish because the seconds are ticking off. Obviously, they wanted to call timeout there, and they should have done it immediately.
But they stopped the clock with 1 minute 38 seconds remaining. So it'll be second down 10 for Miami.
New England, number 1, 40-second timeout.
And that's the first timeout used by the New England Patriots. Another look.
There's Ben Coates again getting stripped. I think what was fortunate in that case for the Dolphins is that he is so close to the sidelines. It's strange that the ball didn't go out of bounds, but it didn't. And Stewart did a good job of keeping himself in bounds.
Coates, who will have some unbelievable numbers on the day. Drew Bledsoe, 29 of 44 for 396 yards. Marino, as you saw at the end of the last drive, has 473 yards passing today. In case you're wondering, Dan's all-time career high was 521. And unless they start throwing the football here, he's unlikely to match that. Coates, 8 catches, 161 yards, 2 TDs. Unlikely any tight end is going to do better than that on this first weekend of football in the 75th year of the National Football League.
Let's look ahead just a little bit here, Jim. You mentioned the fact that he might not throw in this situation. I think that they're going to have to on third down, because what's happening here is that Miami, if they run 3 straight plays trying to take away their timeouts, they're going to come up 3rd and 10 or 3rd and long. And what's gotten them here? Throwing the ball. I look for them to throw on 3rd.
It has been a spectacular show of aerial fireworks for both teams. 9 touchdown passes in the game, 10 TDs in all. 1 Stoyanovich field goal, a 2-point conversion for the Dolphins. Kirby again, and he's dropped. Big tackle on the corner there by Hurst. If he had let Kirby get away, he might have gotten first down yardage.
All right, now I got to ask you. You throw in this situation, or do you run and make him take the last time out?
Me? I do a promo. Following the game on most of these stations, you'll see the comedy adventure Police Academy 6, City Under Siege. Then we will bring you Confessions, Two Faces of Evil. Viewers on the West Coast will see these shows at their regularly scheduled times. That's NBC tonight, coming up after the football game. What was the question?
What was the question? Come on, trying to get out of that. Play Coach Lampley here. What do you do if you're Shula?
I've got Dan Marino on my side. I'm going to throw the football.
Of course, you run the risk if it's incomplete, that it stops the clock and they get their timeout.
Well, you got to figure at this point, if you don't get the first down, Bledsoe's going to have a pretty good chance to do some damage anyway. So I think it's of critical importance to get this first down and at the very least force the Patriots to use those last 2 timeouts. Or check it, that last 1 timeout.
Much as it pains me because it is our first broadcast together, I agree with you.
How about that? Let's hope that doesn't set a pattern for the season. We'd be in desperate trouble if we did nothing but agree. A minute 35. 3rd down 10. Dolphins need to get it to the 36-yard line for a first down. Fryer in motion. He's had a spectacular day.
No. Surprising. I'm very surprised.
And Kirby's wrapped up after a gain of a couple by Tim Goad. So now the Patriots use the last time out, and the Dolphins will prepare to kick it away.
Now, I'm very surprised at that for a lot of different reasons. First of all, the very reason that they don't have an effective running game is that man right there had told us, we want the ball in the hands of Dan Marino. He has been so hot. The guy was 4th and 6, and he just threw a touchdown pass. How many different 3rd downs has he converted to over 10 yards? A number of them. I really have to question that call right there because, as you just pointed out, the other guy's hot too. You don't want to put the pressure on a defense that's given up 35 points. You want to put a pressure on a guy who's already thrown for 473 yards.
Isn't this what coaches call challenging your defense? This is when they go along the bench and say to the guys, okay, we've just shown confidence in you to hold up and help us win this football game. Now go do the jobs we expect you to do.
Well, that's lovely in theory, but the reality is the defense is sitting there saying, we've been toasted for 400 yards passing and 5 touchdowns. Are we all of a sudden going to rise up and smite these people? I'm not so sure. Oh, sorry about getting biblical there.
Ray Crittenden, 3 punt returns today for 24 yards. Jim Arnold goes back to take the snap for the Dolphins. Veteran punter, tight formation for the Dolphins. Patriots were going for the block and got some pressure. Now here comes Crittenden. Makes a move, can't get outside, falls down at the 36-yard line. But temporary stoppage of the clock now as the offense comes on the field.
That's what I was about to say. I don't really think that situation, they went for the block, which surprised me. But the sooner he got down, the better, because that gives Bledsoe more time to operate. If he would have been running around, it could have cost him an extra 10 seconds. Even though he slipped, it's not all bad.
Now Bledsoe will be taking the snap and backing up in the dirt of the infield here in Joe Robbie Stadium. Considerably surer footing than was the case earlier in the day. Remember, this game was preceded by a 1.5-hour deluge with no tarpaulin on the field. Since then, there's been no rain. 8 defensive backs in the game for Miami. 3 wide receivers on the field for New England. Bledsoe gets it to Leroy Thompson. Thompson gets a block and gets to the sideline, but that block may have been illegal.
It sure was.
It was Michael Stewart who was fighting to get to Leroy Thompson. And Parcells cringes now as he awaits the call. They're going to back the Patriots up. It was Vincent Brisby who was working to get that downfield block.
Trying to do something aggressive, trying to help him out, trying to get Thompson out of bounds.
Illegal block from behind, number 82 offense. 10 yards from the spot of the foul. Repeat, first down.
Here comes from the left of your screen, number 82. Right in the back, he pushes J.B. Brown. It's a good call by the official. He ended up breaking the tackle anyway. 2 different officials saw it. Tough break for the Patriots.
Ball goes back to the 31-yard line. It will be first down, 14 yards to go from there. Dolphins still with 8 defensive backs on the field. Bledsoe firing up to the 45-yard line. Heck of a catch in traffic by Timpson.
It sure was. Once again, the mistake by the Miami defensive backs. Why are you going for the knockout? Why are you trying to intimidate at this case? Reach down and bat the ball down.
Now it was the Patriots who at the end of the first half allowed Marino to complete 2 lengthy passes against their prevent and get the Dolphins in position for the field goal. New England needs a touchdown.
The argument here is he wants to tack on some seconds onto the clock, which Don Shula doesn't appreciate. So they did put on an additional 3 seconds to 54. There was 51 seconds. Now it's 54 as they come out to measure.
And they've fallen just short of the first down. So it'll be second down, inches to go. And normally you'd say, well, second and inches, I've got a chance to go deep here. But of course, this isn't a normal game situation.
A play action pass isn't going to fool anybody at this point.
Down and distance hardly matters. Chains stay in place. They're still short of the first down. Clock runs now from 54. Brought down inbounds. J.B. Brown making the tackle on Michael Timpson. First down for the Patriots.
He'd be wise to spike the ball right here. And, oh, that's it.
They get the incompletion and stop the clock. It was Crittenden in the open field who was hit from behind by Sean Hill.
Bill Parcells is telling him what I just mentioned. Down the play here. Stop the clock. But evidently he didn't look over to the sidelines and opted to throw the ball in the middle of the field anyway, costing himself about 5 or 6 seconds.
Crowd chanting for the Dolphin defense. From midfield. Nobody there. He was throwing it away to stop the clock. 24 seconds remaining.
Now, 24 seconds, that doesn't mean that the middle of the field can't be used. What he has to tell the people in the huddle right now is that we need to get the first down in the middle of the field, sprint up there as quickly as possible on a hook route, and then spike the ball, and hopefully have the ball at around the 30 to 35-yard line with about 15 to 17 seconds left in the game. You do not necessarily have to get out of bounds at this point because they desperately need the first down, and if they hustle, they can come up and spike the ball and get away with it.
And now for one of the first times all day, Coates comes out of the game as the Patriots go to 4 wide, and Steve Hawkins comes on. Bledsoe throwing the out. Crittenden the intended receiver. And Sean Hill, number 31, was there to cover for the Dolphins. 18 seconds to go. And now you got 4th down and 10.
The middle of the field is completely clear because of the way they're setting up defensively. They're trying to prevent the very thing that they've been trying to throw the last couple of times, which is near the sidelines. If they had been coached just run to the middle of the field and set down in the hook position, they could get the first down. Hustle up, spike the ball, but they have 2 throws into the end zone.
Great way to open the season. 2 quarterbacks over 400 yards, 9 touchdown passes. It all comes down to this, and the Dolphins make the play. Timpson, the intended receiver, Muhammad Oliver, and Sean Hill. Couple of reserve defensive backs are there to bat the ball down, and Bill Parcells is going to have to swallow a tough loss as he takes his team back to Foxborough to face the Bills next week.
Finally opts to go to the middle of the field. But he has the safeties looking in the middle. Double team, makes a bad choice. Give the Dolphins credit there. They read it and all over Timpson. Shula likes the reaction of that one. Another win. 1 down, 9 to go to be the all-time winningest coach.
In the regular season, he's already the all-time winningest coach in terms of total numbers. He needs 10 regular season wins to pass George Halas in that category as well. And the Dolphins have the first victory of the season. The Patriots go home with a very disappointing loss. The Miami Dolphins, on the strength of Dan Marino's 5 touchdown passes and nearly 500 yards in the air, hold off the New England Patriots in an extraordinary battle, 39-35. In Miami's Joe Robbie Stadium, once again our final score, Miami Dolphins 39, New England Patriots 35. Coming up next on many of these NBC stations, it's the comedy adventure Police Academy 6, City Under Siege. Then Confessions, 2 Faces of Evil. Viewers on the West Coast will see those 2 programs at their regularly scheduled times. Now for Todd Christensen, I'm Jim Lampley saying so long from Miami. This has been a presentation of NBC Sports in our 30th year of covering the National Football League.